Oh, there we go. Going to the wrong track. Audio, 1, 2. Okay. Now it can work. Cool. Turn the music back on. Okay, hold off on these other ones. No, that's gonna work. I'm trying to put in cork on the bottom of this instead of paper to keep it from slipping. It might be too thick though, so that more of an angle will get under and ruin the lines. So we'll see. Hold off on doing the other ones. This little bitch is the one that's most the problem anyways. Okay. Probably should use my guillotine cutter for splitting these, but it's always set up for trimming zines, so it'd actually be kind of a pain in the ass. Let's do a few at a time. Let's see, don't need that yet. Better tape. Must have a magnet. Yeah. Yeah, I cut my hair quite a while ago. Maybe I should take the hat off so I can actually see the chat screen. I don't usually have long hair. That was just a one-time thing that lasted 2 years. Nearly 2.5 years, I think. I don't usually have a beard either. What do you mean, no cool toys or video games? Come on. Got all sorts of cool toys. Just not on hand. That reminds me, I want to try something out, Dylan. Because I had to get a new label printer for the shipping service that I use now. And I haven't tried printing art through it yet. So I think, let's see, half wit, here we go. Let's see how this looks. Oh wait, that's right. I need the one with just the pages. Chunk. Yeah, whatever. I was... okay, yeah. I haven't made a document for that. Alright, sorry Dylan, I was going to use Halfwit as an example to try this out, but instead I'm using Uncle Monkey to test out the new label printer. Print. Let's see. Yeah, I'll have to make a document that's like just got the front cover instead of like the spread of the front and the back together to make it easier to print it properly. I could do it now, but I'm already dicking around a bit too much with this instead of working. Let's see. Okay. See how this looks. Uh-oh. I guess I'm printing every single page. Yeah, that doesn't look so bad. Black and white, dither and all that. Does a certain look. I should start dicking around with these. Make black and white stickers we can send people. Kind of like we did with the other label printer. If I've got it, might as well use it. Not bad. I'll have to dick around with this more later. Because it'd be hella easy to include a nice larger sticker with every single order. Okay, back to work. One of the next things I want to purchase is a like a manual clicker press sort of thing, so I can do die cutting. Because then when it comes to like the other sheet, if we could standardize this sort of stuff, then I can just make a die to cut out every single part all at once, and then also have perforation blades. So I could perforate, even have creasing ones, so I could put everything all at once, just get it in there, line it up, and then it's creased, trimmed, perforated, everything. That will speed stuff up a lot for CDs if we can kind of standardize the design and the layout. I was hoping to get something like that for making this CD, because this always takes forever. But I'd have to make the I have to buy the thing and learn how to make all the shit, and I don't know. That's just too much on top of all these other things. But that's the next thing I want to try. Like, I've got the creasing machine, which I can get perforation blades and things like that for it, but things just don't print exact enough to, you know, trust it, and these have to be really right on. So that's why I'm looking at the die cutting instead as a possible way of speeding things up. And then also making one for like zines where I can trim all 3 sides at once. That would be nice. So that's the next bit of gear I'm looking at acquiring and learning how to use. By the way, hard Mountain Dew's not very good. Certainly not for the price. So one different thing that we're doing on this CD instead of the last one for the tray inserts is last time we used this glossy paper and then just printed whatever on the other side, but it doesn't have as good of image quality, and it was just like the generic chunk design, so it was fine. But on this one, when I put the Rob in there, you know, he's just not visible enough. So we're using the same double-sided matte paper now to get a much better much more visible image, more fidelity on the inside there. Plus we already buy this paper in bulk to get a, the more we buy, the cheaper we can get it. And then you can't even really tell a difference on the back since they're both behind plastic and kind of look glossy anyways. And I think the double-sided matte actually has a little bit better of black levels, but you can't really tell very much behind the plastic. But that ended up being good, just being able to use the same paper for basically everything. The printed stuff for the CDs. And this time we're using a different disc. where usually we'd use like this CMC Pro glossy, like like we use for the Halloween CD, and that has a certain, you know, look to it. But you know, I should probably bump up the bit rate. I usually have this really low for other stuff. Let's see, output, streaming. Bump it a little bit. This time, we're using a disc I got before to try out, the verbatim inkjet printable CDR silver. So it's kind of like a matte metallic top, which works with the theme of the computer music. Just got a little bit of a PCB thing going on. So that looks nice. And that's just, get this out of here. Just scan the bottom of an old SCSI card that I had around. So that's what that is. Oh yeah, I should turn this off. Let's see. Like I have some other discs I've got my eyes on that I want to get. So we just have options for different things. Like a nice matte white that we can print on. A lot of times I think matte looks better than glossy. Of course, I could also just get like a whole actual CD printing system, like a standalone, instead of using these printers. But I've got the printers already, so we're just going to use the shit out of them until they die, or we can upgrade other things. And one interesting thing I figured out on the last CD is like these CMC Pro ones. They're really good, but not as like a master disc, just being burned too. Because when I create the CD, it's like a mixed mode sort of thing where it's got like the CD tracks, and then it closes that off, and then there's a separate little section of data where we can put on like art files and things like that. And to do the mix mode thing like that, I'd use like a misprinted CMC Pro one for the master, and I was getting all sorts of errors trying to run it in the disk duplicator, and I ended up just having to use like a basic verbatim disk, which I've always had really good results with. You know, verbatim's really reliable. So they're good for burning the final full image too, but not doing like a mix mode creation of a master disc, which is interesting because they're pricey and they're good for the final results, final product. Micro cassettes are one of those really weird things where there's actually they're worth something, like the players, if it's in good condition, because I guess they're still used by like law offices or like different places where they want something that's you know, not digital, not on a network. I had one that I bought, at a bazaar at a lutefisk dinner for $5. It was still in the package. I sold it within 2 days on eBay to somebody who owned a what was it? I think it was an auto shop. Sold it for $200. That was the fun thing, selling, buying shit at the flea market and selling on eBay. It's just learning the weird little niche things that nobody else is looking for that are worth something. And that was one of them that I knew about. So yeah, microcassettes. Interesting little things. Still a demand for them. Same thing with double density floppy disks. Which actually I think I might have a box of. Yeah, the double density ones are worth something because they actually have like a different, like the coating on them is something, there's something that's physically different about them. So you can't just use like a high density one and a double density. You can't format it and use it in there and have it be reliable. And double density discs were used for like a bunch of old like samplers and industrial machinery and things like that. So there's still a demand for double density floppy disks. So that was one thing I was always looking out for when I was at the flea market and going to thrift shops. Oh yeah, I had a message. Oh, hey, I'm just working on the CDs for the computer music CD. Right now I'm perforating the tray inserts. And then I'll be trimming them. So, the back, and then on the inside with Rob. Yeah. So yeah, it's just a bunch of little shit to do. That sounds pretty cool. Yo, Chrono, can you send me a picture of that? That sounds sick. Forgot to pre-crease the other stack of things. So when I'm done trimming all these, I'm gonna have to go away for like 15-20 minutes to crease a pile of paper. But that's down the line a ways. Working on the computer CD, guys. Should probably put a little picture of it in the corner or some shit. Let me do that. I kind of know how to use OBS. Let's see. Properties. Browse. Pics. Let's see, I'll shrink that down. And throw it up here. I don't have to worry about people peeping at my screen. Nice. Working on this. Working on the computer music CD. Yeah. Right now, it's just perforating the fold for the tray insert and then trimming it. I mean, this probably isn't actually very interesting to watch. It's just the same shit over and over and over again. But, you know, sometimes people like to see the process. I gotta do it anyway, so might as well throw up a shitty, cheap webcam and do it live. Then there's also social pressure to keep working so I don't look like a lazy piece of shit on my weekend. Social pressure and bullying works, everyone. It does. That's why it still exists. And I fully support righteous bullying. I get paid, for doing this, I get a portion of the proceeds. So the more people order, the more I make off of it. This is our first, real, actual for-profit endeavor chunk. Because the zine has always been pretty much break even, if not at a loss, overall. I definitely make a lot more money with a normal job than I do working on this stuff. But this is fun. Quate, you only give a shit about humans because you're a doctor and you make money off of them. I know you don't like machines. 'Cause you can't sell them drugs. I don't think anything is monetized on YouTube. I'm not really that involved at all with the Minute Hours YouTube channel. Other than, editing every other episode of Signal Return. But I'm pretty sure he doesn't have it monetized. And I certainly don't have any of my YouTube accounts monetized. Not that I have enough subscribers, but I don't know. I hate ads. Everyone hates ads. I use ad block. I'm not going to make other people watch ads. No way. That'd be hypocritical. Chrono, I think everyone is an enemy of doctors now. I don't think I've seen a doctor in 15 or 16 years. A lot of times you just eat nutritious foods, take some vitamin C, sleep, and just wait things out. Even like last year when I think I may have cracked a rib when I was working on the house, they just give you, like, painkillers and tell you to just wait it out. They don't even wrap your chest anymore because it doesn't do anything. So why go to a doctor? I'll just take some ibuprofen and wait it out. Oh, don't get me started about Quate's mom. Let's see, is there a part about this that surprised me? I'm trying to remember. It's a while since I first did all the research trying to figure this shit out. A lot of it was just like trial and error. That shit. A lot of it was really just trying to find the right shit. Like, I think I bought 3 or 4 different printable CDs to do tests with, and I've gone through like 3 different jewel cases, and then just kind of along the way you get something that's better than the last thing, and then kind of figure it out. Does my finger hurt? Which one? I don't think so. I'm usually pretty banged up. Like, my normal job is unloading trucks and stocking shelves at 4 a.m. So I get pretty banged up doing that. Got bruises all over my body. And the hands get pretty banged up too, but no, they're not hurt. Just ragged. one of the big things on the CD was trying to figure out how to actually make the disc image to not be shit, you know, not just have a bunch of files on a CD, but to have actual CD text and all that sort of stuff. That probably took the most work to figure out, especially when putting together it as a mixed mode CD. So it's got like playable tracks on CD players, and will display all the, you know, the track info. But we'll also have a little data section that has the cover art and stuff like that. I have to use a couple different programs to get everything proper and put together to make the master CD. So that was actually the non-physical part of figuring out the CD release was the most troublesome. Software, man. And then, well, especially on the last CD, the Halloween CD, because it's actually just 2 long tracks. Most CD players now don't really support it, but I have in the tracks sub-index marks for all of the track listings. So if you have a CD player that actually supports CD text and sub-index and all that sort of stuff, you can skip through like you would. They were normal tracks, but without having to have the 2-second gap of silence between tracks, which is the Redbook audio CD standard. Setting all that shit up was a pain, and I think most CD players don't even support that anymore. That's more of a 90s thing, but we did it anyways because it was, you know, want to make it as close as possible to, you know, a real high quality release. Because it takes a shit ton of time to make this stuff. You might as well not half-ass it. It's going to take the same amount of time. Just put it in an ass and a half. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's a shit ton of work. I think on the Halloween CD, when I was figuring everything out to begin with, so that definitely elongated the time that it took to do it. I made, I think, around 350 copies, and it took, I think, 110, 120 hours of work or something. Luckily, this isn't 350 copies that we're making here. I think we're maxed out at however many are in this spindle. Otherwise, I'll have to reorder some more discs. But I think 75. That's one reason I started doing... I've done some live streams in the past of making things. And that's one reason I do them now, so people can see how much work goes into things. It's a lot of time, it's a lot of effort. Alright, perforating's done. Now it's time for trimming these. And that's this guy. And I need another sticker. Oh yeah, if you're ever looking for these rotary cutters, the Cry-Cut is better than the Fiskars 45mm. Feels better, higher quality, and then the balance on the Fiskars is more towards, you have to hold it here to be balanced. This, you can hold it right behind the little switch there. On this one, if you tighten down this little back thing that holds it on all the way, it free spins. On this one, if you tighten it all the way down, your blade's not moving. So you have to like loosen it and figure out how much tension you want to have on it. Plastic feels cheaper. I don't know. Fiskars, I feel like they've gone down. I think they used to make better stuff. Plastic feels cheap. They're basically the same price. Get the Cry-Cut one. Oh yeah, that's not going to work. This one actually gets trimmed on all four sides. Shit. Hope this works. Give that a shot. Okay, let me try this. I'm hoping this cork will help this stuff from not slipping around as much, so I don't have to press it down as much, but it will make it thicker, so I'm not sure how it will affect cutting. I'll have to be really careful about just cutting straight down, which is kind of a pain. Now I'll put this. Alright, here we go. cut it a little bit smaller. Okay, I'm gonna have to be really careful about that with the cork on there. Yeah, the Bug Saga stuff should look pretty good once we get it printed. That's up next after I get this all done. I'm doing test prints on that and figuring that out, as well as the vinyl sticker. I still haven't had time to test out the printable vinyl I have. So hopefully it looks good. Actually, let me try it with the rotary cutter now. I don't like using that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like rotary cutters. Much more familiar with utility knives. Yeah, I was saying earlier I want to get a die cutting clicker press, a manual clicker press, and then make a die for cutting and perforating this all at once. That's the next thing I want to invest in gear-wise. And then make some dies for like trimming the zines, 3 edges all at once. And then whenever we make figure out some new physical media, making a die for trimming that. I'm not crazy about this cork thickening up this shit. Take this shit off. I'll just deal with it sliding around a little bit if I'm not careful. This is messing up the accuracy of my cuts. That's too bad. I need like some really thin rubber sheets I can put on the bottom. Eventually I'll get off my ass and find them. There we go. There's definitely better ways of doing this, I'm sure of it. But you know, you've only done a couple CDs now and still figuring shit out. Well, that's the thing. Like, I use a fence sort of system when I'm trimming the zines. The problem is the printers aren't accurate enough. There is slight variation. And for something like this, it has to really be right on, which is why I made these. So unfortunately, a fence system won't work with this because of the variance in the printing, which isn't great. I'm not happy about that. I'm always battling these goddamn printers, but yeah, it's there's definitely a better way of doing this, and I'll figure it out eventually. And I'm hoping it's a die press. Yeah, I'm trying the hard I'm trying the hard Mountain Dew again because I was at the liquor store. Well, first of all, I've been craving soda the last 2 days for some reason. I went to the liquor store. I got some clearance beer. And I still wanted soda, but I didn't want to stop at another store. And I was like, I'll try this hard Mountain Dew again because I'm pretty sure I haven't had this flavor sober, like as my first drink. I've had it after, you know, drinking some other stuff, and it was like, oh wow, this is a lot better than I thought it would be. So I thought I should try it sober to see if it's actually okay or if it's bad. I'm not crazy about it. I don't think I'll ever buy it again, but I think I said that the last time. That's what I get for craving soda. Bud Light? No way, man. Bud Light's too sweet. All that Bud shit's too sweet. Miller Lite's okay, I guess. Keystone Light is okay. Bud Ice. That's the true alcoholic way. Used to be cheaper at my local liquor store. Now it's not so cheap. Bud is like a mid-tier shelf, like a mid-shelf thing here. Like 6 pints of that shit's like $8 or $9. When I can spend $6 getting, 6 pints of Keystone Light or some other shit. A true alcoholic would be going for hard liquor only, like Taka vodka or whatever. Popov, that cheap, dirty, nasty shit. I have thought about making my own booze before, but I think I'll do it when I've got more space in my own place and not like, having a special rental arrangement with or from a Mormon couple. I've thought about it. I knew some people back when I lived in California that brewed their own stuff. It's just like one of those things where it's like, I don't know, do I want to figure all that shit out on top of all this other shit I'm constantly trying to figure out? I don't know. I think I'd rather just drink less and just buy stuff at the store. Too lazy. If I was thinking ahead, I could have put some of my rubber cement on the bottom of this. I wasn't thinking ahead. I know I've got that around here somewhere. I'll have to remember to do that for the next time I'm doing this. I bought the cork. I was hoping that would work. Nope. I'm sure it didn't look difficult because Toner actually brews shit and distills shit. He knows what he's doing. I'd have to figure it all out and give myself alcohol poisoning and go blind like Jackie Chan in, Drunken Master or some shit. The one thing that's mostly holding me back from making my own booze is that if I have it, I'll just drink it. Just, all day. I just can't have booze at the ready. That doesn't work with my with my drinking style. One thing that's nice about using the double-sided matte paper for this instead of the glossy paper we were using on the last CD is that shit, when you cut it, the glossy paper, there's little sparkly bits from something in there that just get all over the place. So it's nice not dealing with that. I don't know what the little sparkly bits are for, though. Makes me curious. Oh, yeah. Similar with the comparison of the different rotary cutters. The new Milwaukee Fastback is not as good as the older one. The older one feels better in the hand. This large clip slips into your belt better. This one is always getting caught up. I don't know, just everything about this one feels better for actually working with. This one, I don't know, it's got some... I just use the bottle opener now, keep it on my desk. The old one. The old one's the way to go. Oh yeah, I've just been listening to Kinks albums. Right now, Schoolboys in Disgrace. I just listened to Phobia, which has... It's an uneven album. There's a few songs I skip on that. Schoolboys in Disgrace is good, though. All the way through. Next, I'll probably listen to the To the Bone live album, the 1996 US 2-disc version, which has more tracks, including the best ones. Have you never listened to Schoolboys in Disgrace? It's a great album. And for some reason, it's got a reputation for having an ugly, like, album cover art. I don't think it looks that bad. I think people just wanted to hate on the Kinks at that point because they stopped making, like, you know, the radio singles and started doing the more thematic albums. But I don't know. I think that might be my favorite period of the Kinks, when they were doing like soap operas, Schoolboys in Disgrace, Preservation, Acts 1 and 2. They were good after that too, when they started going back into, like, you know, less themed albums like Sleepwalker and whatnot. That's good too. But I don't know. I feel like people just kind of forget that the Kinks existed after like 67 or something. Oh, let's see. What's some 90s Kinks? I mean, that live album, To the Bone, High Energy, that's good. I'm trying to remember what they had in the 90s. If it was just that, or if, can't remember the name of the album right now. Yeah, okay. Phobia. Yeah, that's the 90s one. That's the pretty hit or miss. UK Jive from 89. I think that one kind of fits in that 90s. I mean, not alternative or whatever the popular shit was, but like adult contemporary fun. I recommend UK Jive. It's a good album. And Think Visual is a good 80s one. Thank you. I'm looking sharp as shit. No big old fat ass scraggly beard and shitty ass long hair. I should probably take my beers out of the freezer. It's been nearly 2 hours they've been in there. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab those. Be right back. All right, on to normal beer. Founders All Day Chill Day Session Cold IPA. I don't know. It was on sale. 15 pack for $7.99. Can't say no to that. Hope it tastes good. Yeah, tastes fine. It's beer. Doesn't really taste like an IPA though. 4.8 ABV, 40 IBUs. I'm sure it'll get the job done. I've never been big on ales. I don't know. There's just something about them which they just don't jive with me. I like stouts for sure. Stouts, porters, and lagers are really that's my scene when it comes to enjoying beer. Then IPAs are okay, you know. There's so many of them around now. Half the time, I usually just buy whatever's on sale to try new shit, and it's always IPAs. At least it's not some weird, funky, sour beer. Which I've enjoyed, but man, what a... Just some stuff in the past with some hipsters I knew have tainted the image of them for me. Yeah, this 40 is really low for, like, you would have to tell me this is an IPA for me to know. I mean, I guess that's kind of the point. They're going for like an all day, just casual sipper sort of thing, but I don't know. Maybe that's why it's on sale. Because people think it's going to taste like an IPA, and then they drink and go, oh, it's just kind of like a slightly bitter lager. Which is fine by me. Especially if $7.99 for 15 pack. I'm not going to complain. One of these days, I need to get a couple bottles of MD 2020. Not because I want to drink it or anything, but remember back in my early 20s trying that shit out and having a couple of bottles, and they make such a good sound when they are clang together. Just two glass bottles, but they have like a really deep, just like boom, just a muted, deep, not the sound you expect from two glass bottles clinking together at all. And I always thought it was hilarious. But I never recorded it. But now I want to record it so I can have it on, just have it around. Wow, Ray came back. I'm still just doing the shit. Although I'm getting close to being done with this pile. Then I need to go over to the creasing machine and take a bunch of shit off of it and crease the next pile of stuff. It'd be good, like, video game, like a menu, like the sound going between dong, 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 like a PlayStation 1 menu. Yeah, that's where the sound of the Mad Dog 2020 bottles clanging together would sound really good. I'm still trying to figure out some good things to do with all the paper trimmings. It seems like a waste. I've got some ideas of what I could do with them. But yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of waste making all this physical shit. I've got bags and bags of empty bottles of ink. which eventually I can send back to Epson. But it's like, I gotta pay shipping to send this shit back to you? Come on. Give me a label, you pieces of shit. Then you can clean them and refill them. Or who knows, maybe I can just contact like one of those places that makes generic ink and sell them 300 bottles or some shit. I've got a lot. I don't know who Mogan David is. Oh, okay. 200 to 500 million does not sound like a lot for an alcohol company. I guess high schoolers just like smoke weed now instead of getting their hands on Mad Dog. And all the hobos are drinking other shit. Or everyone's probably drinking White Claws now. God, I hate White Claw. That shit sucks. Oops. Most alcoholic seltzers suck shit, man. I have some friends that were coming to visit who don't like beer. So I bought like 3 or 4 different alcoholic seltzers. And only one of them was fine. And I don't remember which one it was. It wasn't White Claw. Maybe it was Truly? I don't know. I don't buy that shit. It's like, just buy vodka and like soda or, you know, some flavored seltzer water. Yeah, alcoholism, that's what your dad does. That's old shit. We don't do that anymore. Same thing with smoking, I guess. Just like smoking cigarettes or tobacco. Now you got a vape. I mean, I shouldn't shit on the younger generation for not wanting to get addicted to smoking cigarettes, but they all do seem like a bunch of pussies. And they're smoking weed, so it's like, you're still smoking shit, you dumbasses. That weed shit is like, I'm pretty divided on it. I mean, I think most weed heads are retards, but also, like, one of my good friends, who's like one of the coolest guys I know, smokes weed all day, every day. Although I think he vapes it or something. But I also know somebody who is like a weed zealot, you know? Preaching it. Preaching weed. They're always bringing up, like, oh yeah, it's got all these benefits and shit. And it's like, dude, I would have way more respect if you just said, I like to get high. And I go, cool. I like to get drunk, you know? Same shit. Same shit. But don't tell me that, you know, you're doing it for health reasons. Come on. Yeah, I think that's the thing is, God, I just swallowed some spit in the wrong way. That's the thing is they don't see it as a vice. I think that's the problem. Hey, if you want something in your back pocket, just be like, hey, it's not for everyone, you know? I've tried it like 3 times in my life. Something like that. And the first 2 were just like, whatever, who gives a shit? And the 3rd time, it gave me a tonic seizure, and I blacked out and fell down. And the seizure, like, I stressed the muscles in my back so that they tore a little bit. And I couldn't work for like 3 weeks. 3.5, 4 weeks, something like that. I don't know. That's not for everyone. My brain's not made for that shit. That's one thing that annoys me when everyone's like, oh yeah, it's great. It's like, no, it's not, dude. Messed up my back. I was dealing with that shit coming back for like 3 years. Re-tearing and and it wasn't even good. Weed was mediocre. It was shit. I'd rather get drunk. Or just smoke a black and mild every once in a while. Tobacco does more for me than weed does. I keep saying weed. I don't even like that word. Marijuana. That's a funny thing too. It's like the people that were like the most into it that I knew, that were preaching its benefits and whatnot, didn't call it marijuana or you know, CBD or THC or any of that shit. They called it weed. It's like, you expect me to take you seriously talking about all the health benefits when you're just calling it weed like a high schooler? Okay. This stuff's pretty good. This Founders All Day Chill Day Session Cold IPA for $7.99 for a 15 pack. Not bad. I don't think I would spend the regular price of $15.99, which even then's not too bad for a decent beer. But I don't drink decent beer. I drink cheap beer. My army brother has been getting into just smoking, not smoking, chewing nicotine gum. Like, he's not even a smoker, but he, like, there are certain health benefits to nicotine, or like it helps him concentrate when he's studying, or some shit going on. It's got me curious. And I can get, you know, like 35% off nicotine gum where I work, because I think they they offer like a certain percent off for health benefits, and they're like, oh yeah, this is to help you stop smoking, but I don't smoke regularly. But if I can get 35% off and get some nicotine gum, I think I'll try it. Store brand. Because I chew a lot of gum anyways. I like cinnamon gum. If I can get some nicotine at the same time and become a big brain case, hell yeah. Or at the very least, I'll buy some and send it to my brother. Since he's chewing that shit anyways. How long have I been working with boards? I'm not sure what that means. Can you expound on that? Time for a refill. Today's like the first day of my weekend. So I'm drinking. I usually work like Saturday through Wednesday. Thursday and Friday off. Off to do more work at home. The weekend, I mean, it depends on the week. My hours have been all over the place, especially this week. But seems like it's kind of settling in on that Saturday through Wednesday, and then they usually give me more hours on the first few days and shorter hours on the second couple of on the next couple of days, because they don't like to give people too many hours. So I'm hitting like, I don't know, 32 to 38 hours a week. Not bad. Uh-oh. Okay. All the tray inserts are now perforated and trimmed. I forgot to do this earlier. I needed to go crease the next pile of paper. So we got the little booklet sort of thing which is the front cover art. Then the inside, I need to crease all these. I kind of forgot to do that earlier. Should have prepped better. So I need to go do that for a few minutes. So let me try to find some music I can play that's not going to trigger some sort of YouTube shit. Probably one of the Japanese bands. Okay, let's see. Alright, I'm just gonna start playing some music while I go do that. It shouldn't take too long. But I'll be off camera. Because I'm not changing the camera angle. Be right back. Probably like 10 minutes or something.
おしっこが早くお化粧用意しなさいあやかち
The music up on the screen. It's already set up.
雨の中の僕、君に泣き続けてる。雨の中の君、あえて言わないだけです。あえて言わないだけです。あえて言わないだけです。あえて言わないだけです。あえて言わないだけです。あえて言わないだけです。あえて言わないだけです。あえて言わないだけです。言わないだけです。おセックスで慣れ合うオスとメス、おセックスが終わればバイバイバイ。精子と卵子がくっついてこの海にもお月様。なんちゃらほいなんちゃらほい本当かい。お母さん僕を産まないなんて言うのかい。そんな眠りなさい、燃えてならない家の中から泳ぎなさい。胸の枕元で朝がやってくる。
Alright, just in time. Okay, paper's creased. So on these, because this is folding, I like to crease the page. I could trim this off and work on this shit and then crease this afterwards, but just having the full sheet to feed through makes it a lot easier. Let me get a... I like getting these small ones at the Dollar Tree, and then I just cut the shit out of them. Let's see, that's probably too many. Oh, shit. Let's see. I'm gonna go back to listening to Kinks now. So on the last CD, I had not really dialed in and figured out the printer settings yet for the A side, B side, and like the margins and all this other shit. So it was very, very close on the trimming. This one should be a lot less exact. Because I took the time to really dial in the printer settings, which are a goddamn nightmare. Because of the paper that we're using, it's a coated matte paper. And there's a setting for that on the printers. But it will shrink shit down. And then it's hard to align things on the page, and it would just like look like ass. So I had to figure out how much to oversize the document to print it borderless and create my own border. So that we can have consistency in the prints to make it easier to actually line stuff up on A sides, B sides, and trimming and all that. And if I remember, it's it's a letter size sheet of paper, 8.5 by 11. But I have to make it, I think it's 8 point, let me just look up. I have to make it 8.58 inches by 11.13 inches oversized. And then select a borderless retain size. It's going to try to grow it. So there's there's all sorts of shit I had to figure out with this new paper, and I'm still dialing it in. And then each printer seems to have its own separate, different margins. So if I want to print on all three printers, I have to create a new document for each one, adjusted to get like the margins that I want for them to be consistent. It's been moving to this new paper has been a real pain. It does look really good though, so it's worth it. But man, what a pain in the ass. on the last CD, the insert, you know, the what is a chunk thing, I wasn't really thinking when I designed that, because I had stuff going off the side of the page that needed to be cut off, and it had to have some really tight trims on it, which made that a pretty labor intensive thing, because I didn't have, you know, it was a one-off thing. I hadn't made a form, you know, a guide for it, so I had to use another one, just cut two edges and then flip around, line it up, and cut two other edges. On this one, I went with I kept that in mind, and the insert with the art from Odin Odang Obi. I always just call him Obi. That's designed to work with the margins of the printed page. So I've got two factory edges basically, and it doesn't have to be as tight. So these I'm going to trim later on the regular trimming rig, because I can just butt up, you know, a factory edge for one way, you know, trim that. I've got another factory edge here for trimming the other way. So I'll be trimming those later, because they don't have to be as exact as everything else here, which has to be really bang on. Like on the OB strips here, you know, I gotta get the crease, the perforated lines just right, and trim it just right. Too exact for that other method. But for the insert, that doesn't have to be as exact, so I can do that later in a much less labor-intensive way. Thank God. Let's see. So I'll put these off to the side for now. Let's see. I'll do these two. Yeah, this cork shit's just not gonna work anywhere. It's too bad. I think I will try the rubber cement I mentioned earlier, if I can find it. and have enough drying time. Okay. Yeah. You know what? I bet I could get a like an inner tube patch kit. The kind that's got like some sticky rubber, not the one with the liquid glue. And that could probably work on these. Definitely need something thin. Or I could just figure out a way of putting some of these on there. Super glue, rubber spent, whatever. That could be a way of doing it. Let's see. Whatever. Yeah, because that would not slip around anywhere. Yeah, maybe I'll look into just gluing some little pads from these on there in the future. Hello. The OP strip is always one of the more time-intensive pieces because the spine is really just really narrow. So like I made this guide so I could do both ends at the same time, but it's trying to line it up where I could do both ends at once just is problematic. So I have to flip it around, and these are one of the reasons I was started looking into die cutting, because this small little thing is so labor intensive. It's got two different perforation lines cut, and then you have to trim it out, and then there's all this other shit on top of everything else. If this could all be done with like one press, like that would be worth it, because these are a hassle. They're great. I like obi strips, but they're one of the more finicky parts of the CD production. Okay. I always have a hard time trying to figure out what the hell I want to put on the OP strip, because most of the time it's just nonsense to fill up space. I know most people buying these can't read Japanese. I like this one. This one's got a pretty good bit of nonsense on it. I sat down and ate in Burger King for the first time in like 3 years or some shit the other day. The nearest Burger King is still drive-through only. I don't know if they're blaming on COVID or some shit, or they just don't actually hire enough people. So I had to go to a further away Burger King to be able to go inside. I like Burger King, but they're making it very difficult to eat their food. I think I need to adjust my my guides. I think it's a conspiracy. I think those places put up signs talking, saying like, hey, we're hiring at this unreasonably high. They're like, hey, we're hiring. We'll pay $18 an hour or some shit to work at Burger King. And then people apply and they just don't get the jobs. And they go, hey, nobody wants to work. But having that, we're hiring, we pay this, it's like a form of advertisement. That's what I think. I've definitely had some disagreements with Burger King recently. Like, back when I lived in California, I really liked their tacos. They're kind of like that Jack in the Box total shit slop style of taco, which I like. But then they did like a limited release of the tacos nationwide. And they were $1 a piece instead of 2 for $1. And they put cheddar, like a scant amount of cheddar cheese in there instead of American cheese, the Jack in the Box style. And they just weren't worth $1 a piece. It was a perfect 2 for $1 slop sort of food. That was a bad move. And then they had their veggie burger, which is basically like a Whopper, but with a like a Morning Star veggie patty that wasn't trying to taste like meat. It was just veggies. But then when they got the Impossible Whopper or whatever, they phased out and got rid of the veggie burger. So you just have a... Come on. Come on, guys. The veggie burger was good. And they're trying to make the Impossible Whopper taste like beef, so they could remove the whole different flavor profile. Plus now they're trying to make the Whopper a premium thing again, instead of having it in a bunch of deals. So it's like, can't just go and get like 2 for $6 Whoppers or whatever anymore. You have to use your stupid goddamn app to get a decent deal. The nearest Burger King doesn't even accept the legacy coupons. The printed ones that show up in the mail every couple of weeks. No drive-through, no coupons. Sorry, no dine-in, only drive-through, no coupons. What the hell are you doing, you goddamn retards? The veggie burger was interesting though, because it was a there was no consistency between locations. It'd be anywhere from like $2.99 to $4.59, and some of them made it good, and some of them did not make it good. But my God. Every once in a while I craved it. Usually it was after I was working for a general contractor and did like a 10-hour day of tearing out tile or whatever. There's just something like after big long days of hard work, I just wanted to keep being healthy. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to get that Burger King veggie burger at that one good location on the way back home. I'll spend $2.99. Get that. It's going to be good. But they got rid of it. I don't eat a lot of fast foods. Never have. You know, when I was a kid, it was a like rare special occasion. It'd be like, oh, we worked in the yard all day. Dad's going to take us to Jack in the Box and ask us how many tacos you want to eat. 4 tacos? $2? Hell yeah. So fast food has always been more of an experience for me than it has just been food. Because it was usually after hard work or with friends or something. It's never the food, you know. If I want to have Burger King, I want to go into a Burger King and, you know, see Spanish soccer games on a flat screen TV and just hang out for 20 minutes while I eat my tacos and Whopper or whatever. If I'm going to go out somewhere and spend money on food, it's not for the food. It's for the food, but it's also for the experience. Because a lot of times I can just make shit at home that's better anyways. That was my problem with taquerias and stuff. Mexican food in California. Is I had ready access to those ingredients. at grocery stores, and I had them in my pantry. So people be like, "Hey, you want to go get an $8 burrito?" No, I think I'll make it at home for like $3 or $4 tops. It'd be faster than going out and getting it. The only couple of foods that I consistently buy instead of making myself are fried chicken and Chinese food. And after moving to Minnesota from California, I don't have a good source for either. It's pissing me off. Chinese food here is so bad. It's actually almost unbelievable. My whole time of living in California, as well as traveling, going to places in like Arizona, Nevada, I'd only had one bad Chinese food place. They're all good. Come here to Minnesota, and god damn it, every single Chinese food place is expensive and shit. It's pissing me off. I really like cheap American garbage Chinese food. But it can't taste like ass. What the shit? I've never actually had fish and chips. I thought about getting a couple of times at a place near where I used to live, but I never did. And then I moved. It sounds good. I think I would like it, especially like with what vinegar? Malt vinegar, right? I like vinegar. I like vinegar. I like fried food. Potatoes are great. I mean, how could you possibly go wrong? I pretty much never ate out anyways, but all that COVID bullshit really just cemented just not wanting to deal with that shit. Fish and chip restaurants are so rare in the United States, or at least from anywhere I've been. Just like the idea that there are multiple around, they can be bad, is that's entertaining to me. Because I think I only remember seeing one or two fish and chip shops ever. And like only only saw like one or two Long John Silver's like chain pieces of shit places too. I guess it's just not something people eat here. Although they must have a Dairy Queen. I need to go to a Dairy Queen before I leave Minnesota. I don't think I've been there once since I've moved here. No, I've been to Dairy Queen before, just not since I've moved here. There was a few of them in California that I would go to every once in a while. And I would go to Dairy Queen whenever I visited Minnesota when I was a kid. But now that I've been living here for like 3 years, and I still haven't gone to Dairy Queen. There was one down the street, but it's closed now. But there's one just up the street from the post office where my P.O. box is. And I just keep thinking, like, I need to just go in there eventually and just have a meal. Go park at the post office, check my P.O. box, drop off some packages, walk down the street. Have a Dairy Queen basket, fish and chips or something. Yeah, the Spam Museum is in Austin, Minnesota. I still haven't been there. I was going to go with Kit Kat had a thing lined up to some, program from school or something to like go whatever it was. COVID messed it up, so I was holding off to go with Kit Kat, and then all that shit happened, and now I just haven't been down there. It seems like something to do with friends. Maybe I'll try to line up something when I go down to Rochester to visit my friends who live there. Make a day trip or something. We can all go to the Spam Museum. And then do some dark cooking with it. Some dark cuisine. It's been a while since we've messed around with Spam. And I kind of want to get some. Go out and get food after doing all this. Special occasion. But I don't know what to get. I could gamble on another Chinese food place. But that's usually not worth it. We do have Culvers, and I do not like them. At least from what I've had so far. I've tried a couple of times. Once in Arizona and once here. I'm just not really into their burgers. I don't think they're flavorful enough for their price. They're kind of like in the same boat as Five Guys. I just don't like them. Maybe their fried stuff, you know, their cheese curds and whatever else is good. But yeah, I don't know. I've had Culver's can't remember if it's 2 or 3 times, but not into the burgers. Haven't tried much else other than, you know, fries, the fried cheese curds, stuff like that. I would not trust them with fish and chips. That's why I'm thinking Dairy Queen would probably be the place to do it. I've had some baskets from them in the past. You know, like chicken baskets or whatever. And they had some decent vinegar stuff going on. Maybe I'll just go to Walmart and buy some frozen, you know, fried fish fillets and French fries or whatever and make them at home. I haven't fried anything at home in a while. But the frozen stuff usually goes pretty okay if you just, you know, blast the oven as hot as it goes. like 550 Fahrenheit. But yeah, it's not the same, but it gets close on some things. Well, have fun, Chrono Tango. Seems like you've been driving for a while. God damn it. I've got a not an instant pot, but a different pressure electric pressure cooker thing that I got at a local Goodwill recently. Which I've used for like mostly like cooking like frozen pork chops and stuff, which I had on clearance. I have to experiment with it a bit more. I've got a bucket of chicken out in the garage that I need to cook tomorrow, so maybe I'll do some of that in the pressure cooker. But yeah, those things are pretty damn nice. Yeah, air fryers. What great marketing. Having something that already exists, convection ovens, and making a whole new thing. That's some genius marketing. Yogurt's one of those things I've never really thought about making for myself because it's almost always at the grocery outlet stores. Like I buy cases of 12 cups of Greek yogurt, and it'll be like $1.99, $2.99 or something. It's just one of those things I get it so cheap regularly that I haven't thought about making it for myself. It's like the whole, cost benefit analysis or whatever the shit. Just isn't quite there. I would like to try making it though, at least once. Just to have more experience and try new things and all that shit. Yeah, that's the thing. People like fried food, but they feel bad about it. So if you like attach frying to something, it's appealing. And then if you go, and also, it's better for you. You can just, you can eat this shit. It's justified. You're doing something good. Then hell yeah. Air frying is now the shit. Because when you're doing it, you're doing something good. And indulging. I think it's funny with the air frying stuff that to get actual good results, you have to like spray the oil in there or like have food that's been, like frozen food that's already pre-fried to have the best results. I wonder how much of a difference it actually is compared to what seeps in there from proper frying versus, spraying the shit in there. I wonder. Yeah, speed is definitely a good thing. I feel like that's also like the Instant Pot thing. Speed, just throw it in there, forget it, is another thing. It's like, it can be fast, lazy, and maybe taste good. Sold. Man, it's been too long since I've done any deep frying. When I was a teenager, we had a deep fryer, like a, countertop one. Fried all sorts of shit. And that was fun and tasty. And then I had a turkey fryer I got from like a big fat ass electric turkey fryer I got from the general contractor I worked with. I don't remember where he said he got it from, but it was just like in his garage. His family was kind of a hoarder family, so the garage was jam-packed full of shit. And one of the things in there was an electric turkey fryer. And I used that a few times, fried a few turkeys. It's pretty good. There's a Chinese food place around here which has a lunch special thing, which includes a fried chicken thigh, and it's probably the best fried chicken I've ever had, but they don't have it on their regular menu. I can't just go there and get fried chicken thigh. I have to get like a whole lunch special thing with a bunch of other shit to get one chicken thigh. They have fried wings, but those are expensive. Wings are always way too expensive. I don't know what it is, but Chinese people are really good at making fried chicken. Even shit like, there was a Chinese food place back in California. They just had like dino nuggets, but they somehow managed to cook those to be really good as well. And then they also include like a little cup of sweet and sour sauce to dip it in. I still have that turkey fryer, but I don't know if it works anymore. I kind of left it outside at the side of the house for like a year. It's buried under snow right now. Probably doesn't work. Alright, all the Obi strips have been perforated. Now I just have to trim them. But first I'm going to go get another drink, take a piss, yeah, end of story. So I'm probably going to call it quits after I get all of these trimmed. Because I usually try to get to bed at 7 because I get up at 3. But yeah, I'll probably do another stream tomorrow. Doing the rest of the trimming and getting stuff into the CD cases. Try to get all this shit done. Get things shipped out on the weekend. Hopefully, we'll see. Shit. This one's all bent out of shape. Because I had to cut it by hand. There's a lot of heat in the friction. I got all twisted and shit. It's bugging me the entire time I've had to use this thing. Closer. Much better, yeah. Should have done that last time. Oh, you work for Amazon? Warehouse? Oops. Oh, yeah. Much better. Ah, god damn it. It got bent because it was from a larger sheet of metal, and I don't have any power tools for metal work, so I had to use a small hand saw, which created a lot of heat and friction, which warped the metal. For some reason on this one, a lot more than the other pieces. haven't really done much with metal in the past, mostly wood. But wood warps with humidity and heat and all that sort of shit, which I've had lots of problems with and all the various jigs I've made. So I thought I'd make these ones out of metal to not deal with that. And it's got other problems. No, I don't have an angle grinder, and I don't have any good, I don't have a vise, I don't have a lot of stuff here I used to have access to. Very basic hand tools now. Because you know, this isn't my house. I can't really invest too much. Okay, this is looking a lot better. Still not the best. But better. I keep thinking about getting an angle grinder. They got sales on them on, you know, like I've got 3 different battery platforms I'm on. Mostly Makita, but I've also got Craftsman and the Walmart one, Hart. I've seen some decent deals for Craftsman stuff. So I think one of these days I should get an angle grinder. And other metalworking stuff. But I don't know what my living situation is going to be like in like 3 months, so I'm trying not to invest in things which I might not be able to use. Oh yeah, have a good one, Freddie Mercury. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do too much with this, so I'm just going to keep going. I've been thinking about remaking some of these, but at the same time, I want to get the whole die cutting thing going on, so it wouldn't be worth the extra effort. This is better than before. I don't think it's going to slip around as much. Oh. But then I just went and ruined that one. Yeah, I've got a couple sawhorses made from a bunch of old framing wood. And I had to do some stuff with the walls here. And I've got a oh, what's it called? I've got some sort of clamping what is it called? Yeah, I've got a like a clamp bench from Harbor Freight, kind of like the Black and Decker WM125, which is what I wanted to get, but it wasn't available locally, and I didn't have time to wait for it to be shipped. So I got the Harbor Freight version of it, which is kind of like a very basic, not sawhorse, but it's a low height bench with an adjustable clamp thing going on. I don't know. I bought two of them, and both of them had issues with them. One I was able to fix with my own shit. I had to return the other one. I thought Harbor Freight was turning around, but no, I guess they still make total garbage shit. I really just mostly need to have a stable living condition so I can invest in things like that. I've got the basic tools, you know. I've got a toolkit. But it's like, I don't know. Where am I going to live in 4 months? An apartment? Am I renting a house? Am I in my car saving money? I don't know. I might let one of my buddies who's renting a house hold on to a bunch of stuff, since he doesn't have any power tools and he kind of needs some now. He's already holding on to a couple of things for me, like a nice tripod. I'm probably gonna let him use one of my audio interfaces. I don't know. Yeah, we'll just let him use other, more stuff if I can't use it. It's better that someone's using it. Oh, maybe I'll lend him the mic that he was asking about. Record some audio stuff with him for a video thing. And he liked the sound of the mic a lot. I haven't used it in months, so yeah, we'll just let him hold on to it and use it. Because I'm too lazy now to set up different mic get-ups for basic things. I just have this one mic up here that's permanently set up. And I just use that. I'm not recording anything else. Don't worry, I will get an angle grinder. I will. You don't have to convince me. I've already been thinking about it for a while. It's probably one of the more useful things I could get. And I almost bought one about a year ago during one of the sales. I'll get one. I have a router I bought because I thought I was going to need it for a certain project, which I haven't gone into. I've a router that's just been sitting around for like a year and a half, and I keep thinking, God damn it, that thing would be really useful if I was just actually doing shit. I haven't been able to do shit in a while. I've got a lot of tools. Oh, yeah, Palm router. It's not like a router table or anything. Yeah. I don't have any. Basically, everything that I have is hand tools. Because of the moving around and not having like a solid place to be. A lot of things would be a lot easier if I could have, you know, a table saw and a router and a bunch of shit like that. I've got a very basic set of hand tools, power tools, that I have to do everything with. One problem is a lot of the tools that I've accumulated were tools that were useful when I was doing demolition for that general contractor. Not for creating stuff. So like, yeah, a reciprocating saw and like a multi-tool with blades for like cutting weird little spots and like all sorts of, like everything that I have is basically built up for tearing shit down. I don't have too much for production. Multi-tools are very nice. Oh man. They're not useful for every job, but they're perfect for very like specific situations. Especially like if you're putting in floors or anything and you have to like notch out trim or something, you know, you just like throw down the new floor and just notch it out, and I can't even imagine trying to do that with another tool. And then also like I had an attachment for like for cutting through grout for tile to like cut a clean line for one area where we were changing the floor. Try and do that with something else to be a pain in the ass. Or you, yeah, multi-tools are incredibly useful. They do a lot. A lot of their blades are incredibly expensive, though. So, like, you don't want to use them for most things. If you can avoid it. Because the consumables are ridiculous. Man, brakes. Brakes. I hate them. Where I work, I have to take a lunch break before 6 hours is up. I just like have to go sit around for half an hour before I can get back to work. Hate it. And I've got like two 15-minute breaks. Never take them. I work off of momentum. If I stop working, I'm going to stay stopped. If I start working, I'm just going. I can keep going. When they make me stop for half an hour and wait around until I can get back to work, man, that kills me. mean, back when I was doing the demolition work, or even like the AV, like the live audio videos work, it'd just be like 9 to 12 hours straight. Just, that's it. No lunch, no breaks, no nothing, just working. I could take breaks, and they'd be like, hey, you know, if you want to rest, you can. And go, nah, I don't want to. I didn't have to. I wasn't mandated by law to go sit around for half an hour. Hate that shit. And they hound about it. You know, they hound me about it too. I always cut it really close. They'd be like, are you about to go to lunch? Compliance and all that. It's like, yeah, I'm going. I've got 3 minutes to walk over there and clock out. I'm doing it. Yeah, shit, forced lunches piss me off. It's always a waste of time. Because also, like, I don't eat during the day. Like, I like to wait until the afternoon to eat. So, like, I get up at 3, I get to work at 4, I work, then I'm forced to take a break by the time, 6 hours is up or something. I gotta sit around for half an hour. I don't have a smartphone. I don't dick around on my phone like most people do. I've got a basic phone. So I just sit around and think about shit for half an hour. Get an energy drink or something and just sit there. And then once I clock back in, I go take a shit when they're paying me. I used to do it during my break, but I thought, I don't even take my paid 15-minute breaks. This unpaid, mandatory, forced 30-minute lunch? No, I'm not going to take my shit during that. They can pay me for 6 minutes of shitting just after. Oh, I just cut my thumb. Be right back. Let's see. Pretty good cut. I might have to stop sooner so I don't get blood on everything. We'll see. Let's see, I've got some tape. There it is. It's a pretty clean cut. So I think I can get it covered up pretty well so it's not going to bleed all over the place. And it'll be fine in a day or two probably. I mean, I say that now, but there's a big old gob of blood coming up. So maybe I'll just go put a glove on and finish this shit and call it good for the night. It was a pretty good cut. I wonder where the end of my thumb is. It's gotta be somewhere. Got cut off. Alright, let's see. Do I have a glove? Back when I was doing demolition construction shit, you know, you get cut and you bleed all the time. So it's not really a big deal. The big issue is just getting blood on stuff. That's the main annoyance. Yeah, let me just see if I can get something I can put over this so I'm not just bleeding on stuff. And then I'll finish off this this stack and call it a night. Nice. Okay, let's see. Well, these are some old ass gloves. They're probably gonna start tearing apart. Oh, geez. These are some... This is a small glove. Okay. Yeah, tore. God damn, what a pain in the ass. Let's see. It's not too bad now that it's drying up. But I still don't want to stain shit. I'm just going to use one of the gloves I use for folding recently. Already there's blood all over the place. We'll see. We'll see. I might have to cut out early just so I don't bleed on everything. Shit! God damn it. Where the hell did it go? Ah, here we go. Haha. Just blood. Blood. Yeah, these gloves aren't going to be good enough. This one's trash now. I feel like there's got to be something. Yeah, I don't know about cutting off the thumb from one of the gloves and putting it on. It'd probably tear. I probably should put more than just a Band-Aid down there. I should put a pad or something. Well, there's not too much blood seeping out anymore. Oh, I mean, I say that, but there's blood everywhere. I should probably just redress it properly. I got plenty of the cotton rounds that we use for the CDs. I'll use one of those. That'll soak up a lot more blood. Let's see. Nice. I hate hand shit. It always bleeds way more than it needs to. So much going on. It's actually a pretty good cut. A bit more came off than I thought, looking at it again. Oops. Okay, there we go. We're not getting blood on anything anymore. I hope. Okay, I'm gonna call that good for now. I'm just gonna get this shit done with. I'll be fine in a couple of days. Keep these around. I'll probably need them. Oops. Got blood on this. Okay, it's on there. I'll just hit the back side. All right. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, grab another beer, which is gonna thin my blood, make this even worse, and then get back to work. I'll clean the blood off my hands and get back to it. Yeah, this forced lunch has made me hurt myself. They're all bullshit. Okay, let's get this shit done. Let's get back to work. Man. Let's see. Let me go back to that last song. Okay. Jesus, man. I should have been paying more attention instead of ranting about lunch breaks. It's been a while since I've cut myself that bad. Although every time I trim one of these things, I just think about how close I am to doing something awful. I have had some close shaves before, but it was only like skin being cut off, and I went, ooh, I better be careful. I never had it cut that like deep enough to actually draw blood. Another reason to go to a whole different method of trimming these. I gotta get the die cutting thing going on, so I'm not doing this anymore. Cutting off the tip of my thumb. I'm looking forward to like 2 days down the line when I'm trying to unload the truck and I start bleeding all over the place, and they're gonna freak out about it. And I goes, no, I'll be wearing gloves. I'll wear gloves then, so they're not gonna see it, and they're not gonna bug me about it. That's the strategy. That's the plan right now. Yes, Obi die cutting. That is a trade. A trade with a lot of solutions, it looks like. No more cutting off my thumb. I'll have to hit you up and get this skinny on the high quality die cutting shit. Because I have no idea what I'm doing. All I know is I want to do die cutting instead of this. Man, good thing I banged the shit out of this piece of metal so it was less warped and less likely to move around. Oh no, I wouldn't do butchers. I don't like wearing gloves in general, just because I don't like how... I like being able to actually touch things. Butcher gloves, that would probably just be a bit too detached. I don't think I'd be able to do it. Man, this is really getting in the way. It changes the whole process quite a bit. How annoying. If only they would let me work through lunch I wouldn't have been distracted bitching about it, and the end of my thumb would still be attached. Obi, wasn't your place still using like an IBM compatible computer without a GUI? I've got some days they schedule me which are just retarded, where like I get in at 4 a.m. I have to take a lunch, a 30-minute lunch by 10. And they'll schedule me through like 10:30. So I push it up to like the last minute, sit around for half an hour, and then I can go clock out and go home. I don't get it. I think I'm supposed to take my lunch earlier, but there's too much shit to do. There's work to be done. I need to figure out a better way of wrapping this up before I go to bed. Because I do not want to bleed all over the place while I'm sleeping. I probably will. Gotta wrap it in plastic or something. I don't have very much glue on hand right now. I've got, well, you know, yeah, I've probably got enough of this super glue gel. I might do something with that. No, that tube's done with. It's pretty it's a pretty good section that's sliced off. So I'm not sure. Right now I think just having the antibiotic ointment and the pad on there, I want to do that for probably at least tonight, and then it will probably scab over a little bit, and I can remove stuff. It's pretty fresh right now, in a pretty large area. Super glue would be nice if it was like a slice and I was like gluing it together, but it's a pretty large area of just open wound. So I think I'm gonna withhold on glue for now. Once it scabs over, I think I will put glue on it to prevent it from opening up while I'm working on shit. But we'll see. I think I'll just have to wrap it up in something with this tonight so it doesn't bleed all over the place. Then tomorrow I'll open it up and see how it looks and figure out what I want to do. I still have, I've got one more day before I have to go back to work. So all day tomorrow I can figure something out. I'm already seeing blood soaking through the double layer of the cotton pad, though. So we'll see. We'll see. I might have to redress this again. How frustrating, man. It's not even like a pain or anything like that. It's just, this is really in the way. It's a hassle. What a pain in the ass. Okay. Yeah, it's a fair-sized open wound. So the glue is probably not gonna be the best way to go. Like, it's ovular, but it might be about the size of a US dime in surface area. Maybe a little bit less. But it's a pretty good pretty good hunk cut off. Oops. I was on the fence before, but I think now I'm definitely gonna go get some easy shit garbage food after this. Not because I deserve it, but because I feel like I deserve it. Let's see. Okay, yeah, and then on Saturday, I'm only working 4 to 11:30, so it's not even a long day. So that'll give you more time to let this shit heal. What a pain in the ass. I probably should have bled on a few of these to make it some special thing. Sell them for top dollar. Oh yeah, man. Injuries and inconveniences are right. A couple weeks ago, I was sick. Probably the sickest I've ever been in my life. I don't know where the hell it came from, because I haven't been sick in a few years. But I was sick for, basically just like laying in bed, sleeping, taking, medicine, drinking liquids. Not alcohol, real liquids. For like 6 days. I was down for like 6 days. And, like 4 or 5 days into it, and I was doing a saltwater gargle for my throat, I fainted. Just like fainted, blacked out, and that hasn't happened in like a decade from being sick. But yeah, like I fell backwards, like I had a controlled fall, like I didn't want to smash my head on the tile of the bathroom floor. So like it's kind of like a roll backwards to land on your butt and then roll so your head doesn't smash. And I put my hand on the back of my head on the way down, because I've had a couple of nasty fainting spells in the past. So apparently I'm just like hardwired for self-preservation, and when it happens now, I don't even have to think about it. Because, like, when I came to, I had my hand on the back of my head. But I busted my ass up real good. Still hurts. My ass. It's been like 2.5 weeks or something. It's probably going to be another week or something. But yeah. I basically just like wake up, take ibuprofen, and drink some caffeine. Caffeine makes ibuprofen more effective. Do that to get through the day. That's been like the last 2 weeks. And the whole thing is, it's a hassle. I know it's going to get over eventually. You know, it's going to take 3.5, 4 weeks or something. My ass will stop hurting. But it's just a pain in the ass right now. It's a hassle. Injuries are a pain in the ass. I remember when I was a kid, I think it was like a day or two before we went to Disneyland for the first time I remember. Apparently we went when I was like super, super young. But I don't remember it, so I don't count it. I didn't go to Disneyland then, okay? But like a day or two before going to Disneyland for the first time in my memory, our neighbor's dog, 2 doors down, the neighbor who had a PlayStation 1, Stacy, their dog Rom, actually I think they may have been from Ukraine. Now that I think about it. Now that's topical. Back then it didn't mean jack shit. Now they're stunning and brave or something. But yeah, their Dalmatian Rom, while I was going by on a micro scooter I found in a bush. Back when, you know, scooters were the big thing, you know, Razor scooters were the shit to have. We found a micro scooter in a bush. Anyways, Rom, the dog, bit me while I was going by riding that micro scooter. I still have a couple of scars on my arm, which aren't going to show up very well here, but... And it was like 2 days before we're going to drive down to Southern California to Disneyland. And I had to be careful the whole time. I had like butterfly bandages on it. I couldn't get it wet. And all this shit. It was a pain in the ass. I just want to go on Splash Mountain all day. Damn it. That's kind of like one of the things I think about when I think about injuries being a hassle. That, and also when I crashed my bike when I was a kid. And I've got a pretty big scar here, which is also not going to show up. Because, I don't know, wear pants all the time. My leg is pale. But like the rear wheel on my bike, the threads for, you know, that, the thread went into my leg and then tore a few inches. And there's like an indentation here. And that was a big hassle, that one, because it was a couple weeks before a really good summer camp thing that I did every year through my church. And I wasn't able to go into the nice lake over there. Because also, like, they were like, we're gonna stitch this shit. It might not stick. It might not actually work. They had to stretch my skin to stitch it shut. But yeah, it was, that was a hassle because it got in the way of me going to this great summer camp out in nature in the California Sierra Mountains. I wasn't able to do all the cool shit because my leg had a big ass gaping wound. What a hassle. I feel like there was another wound that was a hassle. I'm trying to remember what it was. Man, I'm almost certain there was another wound that was a huge ass hassle. Oh, I remember it now. The interesting thing about this one is I do not look, I don't know how it actually happened. It just happened at some point during the day. But I think this is in my late teens or something. Maybe it was when I was working, doing landscaping, the Japanese landscaping job or something. Well, whatever it was, I don't know where it happened along the way. Yeah, at the point in the day, but I had. This is not appropriate for children. Somehow I skinned like the side of the head of my penis where there was like a flap of skin that was hanging off. I didn't notice it at all throughout the day until the end of the day when I went to go take a shower and there was just like a dick skin flap, and then I tried taking a shower and god damn it, it hurt. You don't want to get hot water on an open wound on the head of your dick. So I had to deal with that for probably about a week. I had to be super, super careful taking showers. And, like, the worst, I don't even know how it happened. There's no good story about, you know, flaying the side of the head of my dick that I can tell. I just went to take a shower at the end of the day and went, what the shit? Well, I'll take my shower, and then, oh, whoa, oh, that hurts. That's it. That's the story. The only interesting part is I did something to my dick. I don't know how, and it hurt. Wow, good story. But that one was a big ass hassle. I'll tell you that. No, it definitely wasn't the zipper. I don't interact with my zipper at all. Well, with my dick. I know some people, they put their dick out through the fly to take pisses or whatever. My dick's too big for that. I can't go and fish it out and poke it through. I gotta undo the whole thing. Ooh, Jesus. Pus on the balls. Jesus. Hardcore. Brutal indeed. Let's see. And go for a different song. I don't like that one. This is all I've got left. Was this? Eight-ish. And then I'm calling it a night. Because I'm injured. I'm hungry. I just don't want to do the other stuff. I've been up since 4:30. I turned off my alarm for 3 and I slept in until 4:30, but I've been printing and working on this shit basically all day. Other than a couple hours of laying down because my back hurt. It's been a long day. And there's plenty of time tomorrow to work on this shit. So yeah, I guess, tune in tomorrow at some point. I'll probably just start working and streaming as soon as I wake up. So, pretty early. So just check in. I mean, if you want to. Check in if you want to. I'm going to be doing this shit regardless. if that's not how you want to spend your Friday, there you go. I get it. Ooh, what are you doing at the dump? Are you just dumping shit? Or are you trying to, like, pick for shit? What's up? This winter has been nuts. We were getting like rain the other day. I was unloading a truck and just like I started hearing the sound of rain on the top of the truck. It was like 4:30 a.m. early January, and it's raining. What the shit? It's been such a funky year. The last couple of winters have been funky, but this one seems especially funky. It's really been interfering with my trying to brine chicken in the garage in a bucket. You know, my bucket chicken. Usually it's super freezing out there. It's cold enough that I can cycle the bucket between the garage and inside to keep it from freezing over. But I was getting to a point where it was too warm in the garage. I had to like go freeze my chicken and put frozen chicken into the brine. And then it started to smell a little bit, and I had to put some alcohol, put a bunch of rum into the bucket to kill bacteria so I can keep brining chicken in. God damn it. I've got a bucket of chicken I need to do something with tomorrow. Last one. And then I'll be calling it quits for the night. After, I guess 5.5 hours isn't bad. There we go. All the OP strips perforated, trimmed. Tomorrow I have to fold. Actually, I'll do one of these to demonstrate for now. So on these ones are folded along the crease first. Then I've got to stop here. So we only go along 3 ends. So then one of these will go down. Make sure this is butted up. And there you go. Oh, this one was a little bit off. A little bit of weight on there. I have to look into that. Some of these got through the creasing machine kind of crooked. Anyways, yeah, that's the process. This is a funky one. Either from the print or the crease in the fold. Yeah. There it is. So I'll be doing all these tomorrow and then putting everything into the jewel cases. For now, I'm going to go get some food. Eat that food and then go to bed. And probably wake up pretty goddamn early. I turned off my alarm today, but I still woke up at 4:30 instead of 3. I slept in until 4:30. So yeah, I'll get all this stuff done, and then I still need to put together the final CD image file with all the CD text and all that. That's looking like it will be pretty straightforward compared to the previous CD, because it's actual separate tracks instead of, you know, sub-index marks or whatever. So I think that should come together pretty quick. All this trimming, putting the stuff in, I think that can go pretty quick tomorrow, and then I can work on the CD master. I need to print the CDs still. The mass print. What day is it? Thursday? And then tomorrow's Friday. I might be able to get this stuff finished Saturday, but probably not shipping ready because I'd have to bundle everything with the zines and print shipping labels. So it's probably most likely shipping out Monday or Tuesday if things work out fine. We'll see. Because I'm also working Saturday through Wednesday. So I won't have as much time. We'll see. I'm going to try to get as much done tomorrow as I can. I think it's likely I can get this stuff shipped out early next week, Monday, Tuesday. But we'll see. It's kind of annoying that I got sick for a week in the middle of all this shit. And I'm kind of a week behind. But I'll get it done. I'll be as good as I can possibly make it. I'll get it out as soon as possible. Sorry for the delay. We're trying to make it good. They'll be coming out as soon as possible, and then I'll be working on Bug Saga. Already in talks with Obi on some things on that. Doing some test prints. It's gonna be good. All right, I'm going to stop the stream. It's been 5 hours and 28 minutes so far, I guess. That's it. That's it for tonight. Tune in tomorrow at some point. I'll be streaming more. You just want to be a fly on the wall? Yeah? Peach.